Alright, we are back. Sorry that took longer than I thought. Thank you for standing by, my friends, and welcome to Turtles. My controller is still plugged into port 2 from Battletoads. Give me just a moment, please. Alright. Now, aside from my poor gameplay, that should be the last obstacle standing in our way. So, I've played this game a fair amount. I've made it to Krang twice. I made it all the way to Shredder once. So, I'm getting closer to being able to beat it, but I'm still not there, and I gotta give you a heads up, I'm bad at this game. It's gonna be kinda ugly, but we're gonna try and have fun. I feel like beat-em-ups are actually a genre that I kinda struggle with in general. Can't think of a lot of them that I can't really think of any of them that I'm very good at. But I can't even really think of a lot of them that I'm overly familiar with. Turtles in Time on the Super NES might be the beat-em-up that I've played the most over the years. We've only ever played it a little bit on the stream. This is, well, Double Dragon, the original Double Dragon on NES is probably the one I've played the most on the stream, but this is getting real close to it. Would you say Battletoads is a beat-em-up or more of a platformer? I would say Battletoads is more of a platformer than a beat-em-up. I think people think of it as a beat-em-up because it starts like a beat-em-up. But there's only like 2 beat-em-up stages in the whole game, right? Stage 1 is a beat-em-up stage. Stage 3, the first part of Stage 3 is a beat-em-up stage, and the first part of Stage 7 is a beat-em-up stage, right? But Stage 4, Stage 8, Stage 9, 10, and 12 are all platformers. Stage 6 is a platformer. There's way more platforming than there is beat-em-up in the game. And then there's just, like, weird vehicle sections, too. There's pretty much, like, if you count, well, even if you don't, there's at least as much vehicle section as there is beat 'em up, so, like, because you have the Turbo Tunnel, the Inferno, and the Klinger Winger. So if you think about it, like, it's as much a driving game as it is a beat 'em up. if hover bikes and planes count as driving. Hey, Persephone, welcome in. And the platforming parts are the parts I like the most about Battletoads. I think that's why I like it so much, is because it's more platformer than anything else. It just takes a while to really, like, it just takes a while for the platformer part of it to really show up. Stage 2, you could kind of count as a, like, you could maybe kind of count as part of the beat 'em up too. I don't know. Stage 2 is so weird. The, like, descent on the ropes. It's hard to say, like, what kind of like level that is. It's not really beat 'em up, but it's not really platforming. It's kind of its own thing. I'm gonna turn on some comfy Frownie while I clean my lenses and camera. Right on. I hope I can be good company for that project. Prepping to photograph the Pride event tomorrow in my town. Feel honored they are allowing me to photograph their event. Right on. I hope that goes real well. No way. Well, I think we got a crash. I don't know why this happened. It was working fine. It was working fine. A lot of important practice to round out my skills in photography. Right on. Do too, to get my name out there if I do well. Easier to land gigs for more practice. Eventually, I won't have to offer stuff for free. All right, excuse me a moment, my friends. I'm gonna fix this real quick. I'll be right back with you. I do see a couple tiny artifacts still. Hang on. I shouldn't trust it. I'm sorry. Okay, fingers crossed, my friends. I got the alcohol and the Q-tips. I did things properly. Let's hope it pays off. Hey, title, welcome in. The other green Mario. I thought Zelda was the other green Mario. I feel like it's been a little while, title. I hope you've been doing well. Zelda is the other green Mario. There's so many green Marios. Been working a lot, been sleeping a lot. Been sleeping a lot because I've been working a lot. About to pop in the other day, but you're playing Tears of the Kingdom. Actively trying to avoid footage of that game until I play it myself. Right on. I respect that move. I don't blame me at all. I won't say too much about it, but I've been really enjoying the game. I don't think a lot of people have been watching my playthrough, though. Really feel like it's very spoiler heavy because mostly I've been doing everything in the game wrong. There are a couple parts. There are a couple parts I'm gonna have to remember to clip out for the archive, just because there are a few parts that I think that people are really gonna enjoy after they played it themselves, to then look at how I did certain things and just shake their head and wonder, why did he do it like that? I can't wait to see them after you've played it right on. Thank you for that. There've been some fun moments. If it works, is it really the wrong way of doing something? I mean, kind of. There's a lot of, I know the proper way to do this thing, but I'm gonna do it a completely different way. Just because I can. And I don't care if my way is worse and takes 2 hours and is stupid. I'm gonna be stubborn and do it this way. There's a lot of that going on. Probably gonna make 2 attempts at this tonight. I don't expect this first attempt to go super well, but... And we're not off to the best of starts. I really need to become good enough to not lose a life on stage 1. And to not use a continue on stage 2. That's the thing that's really killing my playthrough right now. Is that I can't beat this stage without using a continue. And on Friday night, the last time we played this, I sat here on the stage hitting reset over and over and over again, trying to clear the stage without using a continue, and I made like a dozen attempts and just could not do it. So, until I get to where I can clear stage 1, because part of the reason I can't clear this stage without using a continue is that I always lose a life on stage 1. So, when I can make it through stage 1 deathless, and I can make it through this stage without burning a continue, then that's when we're gonna see progress, because it gets a little easier after this stage. If everyone played everything as intended, games done quick would be a lot more boring to watch. Oh, there's no quickness happening. There's never any quickness happening around here. Boy, I wish I had a fire flower. The road to great success is paved with countless attempted solutions. I've said that I hope that someone who's like really good at like challenges and breaking games is able to gain something from the struggles that occur during my playthrough. I hope someone more talented than me is able to learn something from my nonsense someday. I'm so bad at TMNT too, Chozo Brain says. What do I even do? On the one hand, I'm sorry to hear that, Chozo. On the other hand, like, I'm a little happy that I'm at least in good company, because I'm terrible at this game. But I do want to beat it. So we're sticking with it. No good at beat 'em ups. You can only beat turtles in time easy. So I've only beaten it by increasing my lives. That's one of the it's one of the few games that where I've actually cheated on the stream. I don't have a proper victory over that game yet. I had a lot of struggles with it because the dashing in Turtles in Time is on the SNES. The dash is automatic by default, and that's no good for me. The auto dash really wrecked the game. Really wrecks the gameplay in that game for me. And I didn't know there was an option to turn it off. So my solution was to turn up my lives because I was doing so bad. I was like, I'm just gonna have to cheat and turn up my lives, and so that's what we did. But then we played the Hyperstone Heist, and in that game, I don't remember if it has auto dash or not, but if it does, it's at least toggleable. And that made me take a second look at Turtles in Time, and I saw you can turn the auto dash off, and I was like, oh my goodness, that's what I needed to do. Not turn up my lives, but I somehow overlooked or missed that option. So, anyway, I need to play Turtles in Time again so that I can beat it properly. Without cheating. I gotta beat this game first, though. I told you, I always game over on this stage. I can't handle that boss. I don't know how to fight him. My strategy is just bleed lives. It's not a good strategy. Tank hits and bleed lives. New Street Fighter game. Lots of fighting in the streets. think the thing that gets me with beat 'em ups is they're kind of grindy, they're kind of tedious, and it's just the thing of like, I don't know, like being arbitrarily locked into an area of the stage. You know, because like from Donatello's perspective, why can't he just run straight to the boss? Like, why? What is preventing him right now from progressing down the street? Right? From my perspective, it's the edge of the screen, but theoretically, the edge of the screen doesn't exist for Donatello, right? So, I don't know. It's just very... It's hard to be immersed in the situation, I guess. I don't know. I know this is something you're not supposed to think about, but... I mean, I'm just stuck in the same place for so long. How can I not think about it? Yeah, that auto dash is terrible. Frownie always making the possible impossible. I'm good at that. I'm good at making things more difficult than they should be. That is a talent of which I can brag. Yeah, there are a handful of Pizza Hut ads. I don't know if there's one on every stage. I mean, especially in the later stages, but there's a lot in the earlier stages. I guess they didn't bother because they didn't figure a lot of people would see the later stages. Revenge is preventing me from running straight to the boss. I mean, that's a good motivator. I'm having Pizza Hut for breakfast, Chozo says. Breakfast of unsung heroes. Is it fresh Pizza Hut or leftover Pizza Hut? Because I've said before, I actually think one quality that I really like about Pizza Hut pizza, well, particularly their like original like pan pizza, is it microwaves very well. I don't really like cold pizza. I know like some people are really enthusiastic for cold pizza, but it's never really done much for me. So when it comes to leftover pizza, like there are some that I feel come out much better from the oven if you're reheating them, but Pizza Hut comes out really well from the microwave. It's a quality I really enjoy about it. Sometimes I think that I even like it like on day 2 better because of the way it comes out of the microwave. Not really a fan of either cold pizza or microwaved pizza. Oven reheated is alright, title says. For most leftover pizzas, I use the oven to reheat them, but for Pizza Hut's pan crust, I use the microwave, and I feel like it comes out really well. But, you know, there just may be something about like the texture that I enjoy that you don't. So I can't really say that it's gonna appeal to everyone. But for me, it works pretty well. Dinged one of my lenses a few days ago. Was hoping it was superficial, Looks like a part of the glass got scratched, Persephone says. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't imagine that's something that can be fixed, or, you know, if it can, probably not easily, right? You probably have to grind, you probably have to change the lens substantially, right, to grind away enough to compensate for the scratch, basically. I don't know. I have a hard time in general with reheated food, mind you. Also can't eat food when it's too hot, Title says. I don't, yeah, I don't do a lot of microwaved food. I don't really think there's anything particularly wrong with it, but I don't feel like I don't do whatever you need to do to get good results out of the microwave. I think it's to do with the way I use it that I'm always kind of ruining the food that I try and microwave. Because I never adjust the power levels or, you know, mess with a lot of the features that the microwave has that would empower me to use it well. Don't have a lot of Pizza Huts where I live. There's a big difference between pizza and pizza. Fast food pizza and pizza are different, Choso says. Can't fix it at all. They have a special coating on them, too. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Persephone. I thought maybe at, like, you know, like the really, like, high-end level that there was maybe some salvageability, but not that, like, I still thought it would probably be difficult and or expensive. A streaming fist. Someday I hope that you're able to make that shopping trip for propane, even if you have to do it on your own. Oven or nothing for me, Zergling says. On the rare occasion I let myself have pizza. Been considering making a breadless pizza of sorts, though. Use a hamburger patty or maybe a butterflied chicken breast as your crust. That could work out. Especially if you, like, you know, you sort of, like, pan fry the chicken breast first and get it nice and crispy. Not, like, deep fry, but, like, you know, just get, like, a really good sear on it. I mean, you could deep fry it too, but you probably want to bread it then, and imagine you wouldn't want to do that. Popping times are affected by the bottle age and power of your microwave. Yeah, and I've never known the power of the microwave that I'm using. All right, when I look at microwave directions, and they're like, you know, set your microwave to 30% power, and it's like, no, that's not happening. I'll just cook it. I'll just cook it at 100% power for a third of the time, right? Microwaves are good inventions, but we have a raid coming in. Welcome in, Dollar Phil and friends. Pleasure to have you here. We're playing some turtles. I'm not very good at this game. Heads up, you're going to see some very dubious gameplay tonight. But we're trying to have fun regardless. I've never beaten this game before, you see. I'm on a quest to beat it for the first time. But whether or not that happens, it's probably not going to happen. But we're trying to have fun regardless. And we're discussing our favorite ways to reheat pizza. So if you have an opinion you'd like to weigh in with, there are those who would be curious to know. But other than that, tell us about your stream, Dollar Phil. What were you doing tonight, and how did it go for you? Tears of the Kingdom. Nice. I've been playing that as well. I won't discuss it in detail because there are people around here that don't want to have things spoiled for them. But I will just say that I've been having a wonderful time with that game. I've been making an effort to try to do as much as I can of the game in unintended ways. Even if my secondary solution is really terrible and takes 8 times as long to pull off, I've been stubbornly sticking to trying to do as much of the game as I can with alternative solutions, and it's led to some horrific struggles. And some colossal wastes of time, but it's time that I'm really enjoying wasting. Title was saying, microwaves are good inventions, but they nuke the nutrients, and at least in my experience, ruins a lot of the texture of food. Yeah, I think that there's ways to avoid that if you use them properly, but I should be more respectful of my camera equipment, Persephone says. You know, I was thinking about that when I was cleaning the cartridge after we had that crash. I was thinking I really need to take better care of my game hardware, because this stuff is really old, and I need to take better care of it, or it's not gonna outlive me, which is what I really want for it to do. Assuming that can be accomplished not by shortening my lifespan. I guess there are multiple options for how you go about that, so I want to just clarify there. Another raid. We've got a double raid. We had Dollar Phil, and now we have Midnight Monopoly. Welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome into Midnight's friends. We are very happy to have you here with us. We're playing some turtles. I'm kind of just standing around right now. We're chin wagging a little bit. I'm playing this game. I've been playing this game for a little while now. I've never beaten it, and I'm on a quest to do that. You're gonna discover I'm very terrible at this game, so the likelihood of us beating it is very low. But we're trying to have fun regardless. And in the meantime, we've been chatting about our favorite ways to reheat pizza. So if you have an opinion you'd like to weigh in with, we encourage you to share. Other than that, What were you doing on stream tonight, midnight? How did that go for you? We'd love to hear. Beat Mafia and moved on to Luigi's Mansion. That's right, I saw the thumbnail for that. Have you played Luigi's Mansion before, or is it a first playthrough? I played Luigi's Mansion at launch, and then I didn't play it again until last year before last. I played it on the stream. I'd forgotten pretty much 90% of the game, and I got horrifically stuck. I mean, I wasted like 3 hours one night unable to make progress because of a really boneheaded move I made. I don't want to detail it, though, if you're on a first playthrough. Bread's the main reason I won't let myself have pizza, Zergling says. LCHF pizzas are generally breadless, title says. I don't know what that stands for. Are we putting burgers on our pizza? Massive Chozo Brain says. You can also make a rice pizza. Rice would be the same problem, avoiding carbs specifically, yeah. Imagining a scene like in Silence of the Lambs, where I solve a crime and then Hannibal calls to ask me if I've stopped seeing Hank Hill in my dreams. That is amazing, and more amazing when it's contextless. I'm sorry, I'm really behind on the chat. I'm reading stuff from before the raid because I'm behind. I want to catch up with everything everyone has said. Dollarphil says, doing the same in Tears of the Kingdom, right on. The best part about swearing in chat is watching Frownie censor himself live when he's reading it out loud. It's a struggle sometimes. If you put some water on the pizza in the microwave, it helps. Alright, and let's see, we've got, is that Youth Bug? Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Sorry it took me so long to get down to welcoming you. But I am I'm very grateful that you've come along with the raid. Thank you for joining us tonight. I freeze my PC to preserve it for later, then I use the oven to warm it up. Need to play Luigi's Mansion, Chozo says. I played it back when I was like 12. It's been nice over 10 years since I last played it, Monopoly says, for Luigi's Mansion. Right on. I hope you're having a good time with it. I hope you don't get stuck like I did. Basically, my problem in very general terms is there's a room where you have to interact with a number of objects that are spread throughout the room, and one of them I tried to interact with, but I guess I was standing at the wrong angle or something. So then I was like, "Oh, I can't do anything with that one. That's just part of the scenery." So then I couldn't solve the room because I was missing one of the objects you had to interact with. You had to do them all together in a sequence. And I was skipping over one of them, and so I was like, well, there's nothing to do here. And then I just spent the rest of the night backtracking throughout the mansion, looking for anything else I could do, and there was nothing. And I was stuck for a couple hours before I finally figured out to go back into that room and try everything out again. it was horrifying. So just if you don't want to be like me, just to be careful where you're standing when you press the interact button. I don't imagine you actually need that tip, but that's the extent of the wisdom I possess for anyone who may be interested. Having tried a heap of non-pizza keto food options, I'd probably rather just throw a bunch of cheese into a tinfoil casserole and put it on fire in the oven. Low carb, high fat. Okay. Like keto before keto. Thank you, title. Not PC, I meant pizza. Persephone says. Alright, I'm gonna start moving again. I'm almost caught up with this, so I'm gonna start moving again. Thank you for your patience, my friends. I felt really behind in the chat there. I too freeze my PC, so I won't waste all that computing power until next time I play a game on it. I clearly it didn't make any sense to me. I just assumed you were making a joke because I'd said something about doing a better job at preserving my consoles. So I thought that was a suggestion for how to expand the lifespan of my NES. See, this stage and this boss are like super easy. I struggle so much with the first two stages. And then this and the next level's the snow level. That one's not so bad either. Very good to know. Thank you. Finding Tomb of the Giants, Luigi's Mansion Edition, Chozo says. The quest for the Tomb of the Giants? Oh boy. How long did that take? How long did it take me to find that? Like 10 hours? Oh man. Sparrow, welcome in. Hey, good to have you with us again. Hey, thank you for the resub, Sparrow. Thank you for the 24 months. That's almost a year. You're getting really close now. Here's to another 24. Thank you, my friend. That is a wild amount. How... It really doesn't feel like it could be that long. Have you been doubling up on your subs? Two years. Two years is almost a year. I like the music on this stage. It sounds very Contra. So very much like something out of Contra. Did you know if you put your NES in the freezer, it'll become colder? Don't feel bad, Frownie. I spent 10 hours not making any progress on Link to the Past at some point. Thank you, Zergling. You're right, title. I did have no idea what you were referencing by the time I got to that. I really dislike that the plot of this level is that the turtles are trying to melt the snow. I'm very pro snow. I have the same problem with the movie Batman and Robin, right? Because Mr. Freeze's goal is to freeze the city of Gotham, right? So I'm very sympathetic to his plans. I don't want to see him fail at the end. And especially when it's so unbearably hot. When it's so unbearably hot. I long for the winter. It was 80 degrees today. I can't take it. I'm getting destroyed by these guys. The copyright monster got me on my last stream, Sparrow says. Did you get muted? You didn't get a strike for it, did you? It's evil ninja snow. Which Battletoads is this? The green one. Have you done much in console repairs? I know you have a nice assortment. Very little, Dollar Phil. I've had to repair my Super NES. Is the most substantial thing that I've done. The port on the back of the Super NES, where the power cord plugs into it, there's a tube of plastic in the center of that like the end of the power plug is hollow, and so it goes in and it goes around that tube of plastic, and that's got two wires running on either side of it. That little tube of plastic has broken on my SNES, and I had to get a replacement for it. And that part is really annoying to take out because you have to open it up and take a whole bunch of it apart. But it's on a little board that tube part is on a little board that has to be soldered in place. So you have to desolder the component and replace it. And I mean, soldering's not super hard, but I'm also not super great at it, so it's annoying to have to do. That's my most extensive repairs, is switching out one of those things. I've actually had it break on more than one console, but I've only repaired one so far. I have the extra piece, like, if this SNES becomes non-viable in some other way, I have the piece to swap into another one, but I don't know, I'm just like, I'll let future Frownie mess with that. What's going on? Hang on, this boss is supposed to be easy. I'm getting ruined. Oh my goodness, I should not have lost a life to this boss. What is going on? think I was jumping too low. Now I'm jumping too high and missing, but at least I'm not getting hit. That's a shame. I never really count on losing a life to this boss. Deal damage to this guy without taking damage from this guy. That's a good plan. But what's his name? Doc, Sleepy, Grumpy, Happy, Sneezy. 80 degrees, that's almost a quarter. Yeah, let me get safe again and catch up. Had a bad summer so far. Yesterday, 50 Fahrenheit. I'm actually on and off freezing in the apartment. I'm so jealous of you, Title. Just curious, been having PlayStation 2 issues. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'd probably be pretty useless for that, Dollar Phil. I've never had to open up a PS2, so... I wouldn't have much advice for you. There are a couple regulars that we get around here. I don't know if you're in our... I don't remember if you're in our Discord, Dollar Phil, but if you asked in the Discord, I can think of a couple people that spend time around here that might be interested in giving you some suggestions. I don't necessarily think it'd be right for me to volunteer them without their permission, but it wouldn't hurt you to ask. If you just wanted to post a general question. Luigi isn't real, he can't hurt us. But he's got one mean stare. Alright, Sparrow says, usually a few songs get muted on Twitch, that's fine. On YouTube, I don't normally have a problem. They occasionally mute a song or two. This time, the entire set got blocked, and I have to contest the copyright claims to get the video to even show up. All that cop, you don't use Discord, but you appreciate it. Yeah, sorry, Dollar Phil. That's really the best I have. It's not much. I mean, whenever I have problems like that, like the part that was broken on the Super NES, I mean, I just looked around on YouTube until I found someone doing a repair on the same issue and just copied what they did. That's all. I mean, I'm sure you've thought of that, but that's really the only tool in my toolbox, is just to hope someone else has already made a video on the problem I'm having. Bit of a social media boycotter. Fair enough. I don't use it. I don't use it a whole lot myself. I'm in a lot of Discords, but I don't participate in a lot of them. And even in the Discord for this stream, I'm one of the less active posters. A lot of my VOD archive gets copyright claims on it because of the video game music. They'll be like, this 18 seconds where you were not talking is copyright claimed. But I mean, I don't care. As long as, like, the video doesn't get blocked. The only videos, the VODs for, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe on PlayStation 2, those VODs got completely blocked. Because that game has so much footage just ripped from the movie. I kind of knew that was gonna happen. But I uploaded them anyway, and they got completely blocked. So then I went back and re-edited them to take all of the. I don't know why I wasted so much time on a VOD that no one is gonna care to watch. But I went through and I re-edited them to remove all of the film footage. So there are versions that are non-blocked, but they're unblocked. Anytime clips from the movies played, I edited the capture footage by blocking it out with our spicy pepper emote. Special move, let someone else deal with it. That's how I solve all my Linux problems. I need to be real careful. I'm about to die, and I think there is a pizza on the stage, so if I can just hang in there for a little while, I might not have to actually use a continue. Just yet. Maybe. Pizza right before the boss. This boss is super easy, too. I messed up and let him get away for a while there. Hey, I got a 1-up. That's nice. How far have I gotten in this so far? I believe I've made it to the final boss. I've made it all the way up to the Technodrome level. Twice I've made it up to Krang, and once I've made it up to Shredder, who I think is the final boss. So I've gotten real close. But only once. And I have a strong suspicion that it was more luck than anything else. So I've made a lot of runs at this game. I just haven't been able to cross the finish line. Shredder's no joke, though. The big problem with him is, like, he's really tough. I think it's gonna take me a good number of tries before I really figure out how to fight him. I think we're not where I thought we were. I forgot about these guys. I know there are tires at the end of the stage, so I was like, oh, I think we're coming up at the end of the stage. We were only like halfway there. Oh my goodness. It's kind of weird. I don't think they ever. I might be wrong, but I don't think they ever mix foot soldier types. I think every wave is always a single type. I can't think of any example. Like you never fight like the blue guy, like the knife guys and the hammer guys at the same time. And I would expect that would be. I understand why they never mixed the types early on, but I figured by the end game that would be a regular thing. I don't think it ever happens. Wow, I almost never take out one of these helicopters without taking damage. Two in a row? That's unheard of. They were playing baseball with me. I think this is the worst music in the game. I don't hate it, but it's just kind of bland. I feel like this is music that you would hear in like an educational game about like exploring the city. I feel like it would fit in with like Pac-Man 2 or I don't know, Mario is Missing or something like that. The thing that I hate the most that they do is when I jump up and I start a jump kick and then they do a jump kick and theirs always overpowers mine. It's so annoying because it's like I'm trapped in that move. I don't remember if there's pizza on this level or not. I think there is. I think there's one right before the boss. No! I'm playing real sloppy now, though. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Oh, yuck. These guys are the worst. There's so many of them. 1,000 of them come from the sky. And I'm so bad at dealing with them. Ugh. Yuck. We're not gonna make it. I'm gonna lose this life. There's a mini boss. Yeah. Cool. Maybe I'll lose this life too. Probably. Oh, this is really random, and Sparrow, I don't know if you're still lurking, but I think I figured out what joystick we had for the C64 when I was a kid. I went searching images of C64 compatible joysticks. Yesterday morning during your stream. While I was listening, I was looking through pictures, and I think I found the one that I grew up with. If it's not, it's really close to it. It's I think it was called the Point Master. I'm like 80% sure it was the one. It doesn't look exactly like it does in my memory, but is why I have to say I'm a little uncertain, but it's the closest thing I've ever found to it. So I'm thinking it's probably the one, and I just have some of the details too foggy. I'm gonna try to remember to put it in the Discord, but we shall see. That was horrible. We were so close to the end of that stage. What a horrible place to game over. We were right at the end of the stage, and we're so close to an extra life, but I don't think I don't think there were enough enemies left to actually earn the extra life, so that really shouldn't factor into the equation of why everything is bad. I do need to be careful though, because I've got to make it through this stage and the next on this credit if we're gonna have a shot at the last stage. I really need to not get hit by every single enemy. Part of the thing that makes this game so tough is you really can't combo enemies. I can't anyway. Maybe, you know, a pro can, but like with every enemy, I can't deliver 2 hits back to back. I have to retreat from them in between hits. I've fallen apart. We're not gonna make it. Too many lives lost. Too much health lost. This life is inevitably gone. It's so rough. Hey, welcome in. We've got another raid coming in. Barnacules, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome in to you and to your friends. I hope you've had a wonderful time tonight. Please share with us what was going on your stream. How has your night been? We'd love to hear. And welcome in. Tufom, good to see you again. I don't know that I'm going to pronounce this right. Is it Lars M? Magic Sun, thank you for joining us. Great to have you with us as well. Trying to eliminate this mini boss here. There we are. I can address everyone properly. Welcome to the stream. This is Turtles 2 on the NES. It's a port of the first arcade game. If you're unfamiliar with it, it's a game I've never beaten. I've been trying it for a while now. I've had some what I think are some pretty close runs, like up to the final couple bosses. Just can't pull it off. It is a tough game, and I'm shockingly terrible at it. Vintage, welcome in. Pleasure to have you with us. Ace4 Space, welcome in. And Hawkster, welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming along, and thank you for the follow. Very much appreciate having you on board with us. Let me try and type a shout-out link for Barnacules, so if there is... If there's somehow anyone here who doesn't follow him. They can amend that situation promptly. Magic Sun, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you very much. I think you just pushed us to 1,200 followers for the first time. As you know, it goes up, it goes down, it fluctuates. But I think we did. We just hit 1,200 for the first time. Thank you for that. So if you're new to the stream. If you haven't been this way before, thank you very much for checking out what we do over here. I'm Frownie, of course. I stream several nights a week, mostly weeknights. Start up around 11 p.m. Central Time, and we go until question marks. It's mostly a retro video game stream. We aim for sort of a comfy, chill, late night sort of vibe. Things are generally kept pretty family friendly around this stream. I do play M-rated games on occasion, but I try to give a heads up about that before we start them as often as I can remember. Commodore 64 to PlayStation 2 is the general window, pretty large window, with an NES to N64 being my real sweet spot. And we do play newer games on the Switch as well from time to time. We're doing Tears of the Kingdom. Currently about every other night on the stream. But the retro stuff is mostly where my heart lies. We prioritize very strictly blind first playthroughs of games and occasional challenge runs. I'm a big fan of adventure games and platformers, and particularly like really challenging ones like Castlevania, Contra, Ghosts and Goblins. A lot of games from those series we've done deathless challenges or limited items or things like that. And in addition to really excellent games like those, I also have a strong taste for games of very dubious quality. We very frequently do marathons of licensed games and plug-and-plays and just kind of nonsense games. And I really do try to prioritize playing all the way through even terrible stuff like that, at least to credits. And if it's a really horrific event, I might even 100% it. That's the very long-winded summary, though. So, hopefully you'll enjoy what we're about over here. Congrats, that's awesome. Thank you, Vintage. Thank you. Number 1200. Let's go. Hawkster, I'm guessing that you posted a link there, maybe a clip. It just shows up as stars to me. That usually means someone's posted a link, but they're universally blocked, I'm afraid. I really need to make clips postable, but I never get around to doing that. Hey, Ultima CJ. Welcome in, CJ. It's gonna be a shame to lose a life against this guy. Especially when we're so close to not. Oh, he didn't get me. Nice. Masochist. Yeah, I've been accused of being something of a masochist. My taste in games and my gameplay style are not things that I would wish upon other people. It was a Barnacules link. Oh, for if it's something from Barnacules' stream, if you want to share it, if you just whisper it to me, I can copy it into the chat for you. I'd be perfectly happy to give people a chance to check something from him out. If I'm really lucky, if we can make it through this stage without using a continue, we might have a shot at this. Just a shout out. I could type another. I could type another shout out. Did I mess up the first one? Right on. Oh yuck. I don't remember if there's any pizza on this level. I think there's not. So the boss of this level is really rough. I'm not, I'm pretty okay at about half the bosses in the game, and the boss of this stage, unfortunately, is not one of them. So I'm very scared right now. I mentioned Tears of the Kingdom. The current the ongoing projects of the stream right now are Tears of the Kingdom on the Switch, Alundra on the PlayStation 1, which we're actually gonna play a little bit of later tonight, and this game on the NES. So our current things that I've been struggling to overcome. So the things they've been happening this week and are what it's going to continue on into next week probably. And I think we're gonna make a night for Commodore 64 as well next week. Do another variety night. And just sort of hop around whatever random games I find. health bar is looking not great. Welcome in. Is that Matthias Likes Games? Pleasure to have you with us. Welcome to Turtles 2 on the NES. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. I'm a little worried at the moment because I'm in a position right now where I kind of feel like I might have a chance at actually beating this game, but it's also, I kind of also feel like it's slipping away from me more and more each moment. I have a very odd, almost hopeful feeling. Good morning, Northern Europe, right on. Good morning to you in that case. I hope your weekend is going well for you. I mean, it's technically very early morning for me as well, but I tend to just say good evening all night long. After a heavy breakfast, you bet. I love traditional breakfast foods. Particularly bacon and eggs on toast and waffles. I don't have waffles all that often, but when I do, they're a real treat. Bacon and eggs, I could eat bacon and eggs for every meal. Almost, and probably be happy. I usually only have it for dinner, though. My breakfasts tend to be quite boring. I eat pretty much the same thing for breakfast every day, which is usually almonds and a piece of fruit and a glass of milk. Usually a banana for my piece of fruit, but I do occasionally opt for something else. But my breakfast is very routine. My breakfast is very fixed. Almonds, banana, and milk pretty much every day. Banana/apple and honey smoothie. That could be quite delicious. I actually used to make smoothies for breakfast more often. Before I started having almonds for breakfast, I usually had oats, and I would put oats and milk and banana in a smoothie. Working on beating Contra right now. Oh, excellent. I love Contra. I'm assuming the first one on the NES. Bad at it for now. At least first two levels go automatically right on. It's just a matter of persistence. I played Contra for the very first time in August 2 years ago, and immediately fell in love with it. What a wonderful game! I played a lot of it on the stream. We did some challenge playthroughs of Contra. I've beaten it deathless 3 times. Once just any percent. So basically spread gun only. And then I did it once with no items, and then I did it once with all the items, collecting all the items mandatory. So I guess 100% run, we'd call it. They didn't come easy. Like, I'm not skilled or anything, but it's just a lot of persistence. It's such a fun game. We've done challenges like that. I had kind of intended to do a challenge, to do that set of 3 challenges for all the Contra games. Is kind of what I thought I might do, because I like the first one so much, and then I really like Super C as well. I actually like Super C more than Contra, personally. And we've done the same 3 challenges through Super C. But the thing is, as I moved along, I like that. I love the 8-bit Contras. I like the 16-bit Contras, but less. I like the 8-bit ones a lot more than the 16-bit ones. So my enthusiasm for working on those challenges is kind of low. I still kind of think I'd like to do at least some of it, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Good breakfast. Weekdays, it's dark bread and pudding, but weekends, mashed eggs, sausage, cherry tomatoes, orange juice, bread with integrated cheese and coffee. Wonderful. Almonds can clog you up? Oh no. I don't think I've suffered any ill effects from my almonds. But if I do feel like I'm having digestive troubles, then I'll reconsider them. I'm so hungry now, Vintage says. It's 6:22 p.m. here, and we haven't had dinner yet. I hope you've at least got something really good to look forward to. Um, I still have my 27-inch tube TV. Nice, Hawkster. I play on a tube TV as well. For all the retro stuff. It's like I don't know. I've never measured it. It's maybe like a 24-inch. I feel like I tend to overestimate it. I think it's at least a 24-inch. It's not perfect. There's a little bit. It doesn't show up in the capture, but there's a little bit of warping of the image in the bottom right corner. It's really only noticeable if you look for it, but it's fine. It works well enough. It does the trick for me. But yeah, I'm really attached to the tube TV. I've never found a setup with a modern TV that feels comfortable to me. I have a secret recipe if you're in a hurry and just need the necessary energy to keep grinding. Could come in handy to know. Hey, Boat Ladder, welcome in. Yeah, for all the analog stuff. canned tuna, rolled oats, 1 cup of applesauce. Mix them together, voila, all the necessities. Tuna and applesauce. That's a little bit of a frightening combination to me. I believe it would give you the energy you need, but I'm kind of a picky eater, so I might be kind of scared to try that. So I'm kind of lucky. I play mostly on original hardware for the stream. If there's something I really want to play and emulation is the only way I can do it, then you know, we might do that. We might do that if we have to, but it's almost always physical hardware. I've got a pretty nice retro collection. Not the largest in the world or anything like that, but it's pretty nice. I'm mostly just really lucky, though. I got very interested in the retro games really early on when they were all super cheap. So, like I started collecting for 8 and 16-bit consoles in the late 90s. And so I was able to build up a pretty nice physical collection. So I tend to stick to using that as much as I can. I think emulation can be great in a lot of situations, but I'm very attached to the feel, to the particular feel of the old hardware. So I like to use it as much as possible. I promise it works. I mean, it makes sense to me that it would work. I just don't know that I personally would be able to stomach it very easily, because like I said, I'm a very picky eater. My food habits are very odd, and my likes and dislikes are pretty extreme and don't make a lot of sense. Maybe yogurt instead of tuna. Yogurt, rolled oats, and applesauce I could live with. That would be more my speed. Tuna's very neutral tasting. I do like tuna, but I tend to eat it plain or maybe with some crackers when I eat it. Eat a lot of savory pies in Australia, but not usually with sweet fruit and fish mixed together, Vintage says. Asteroids hooked me on Atari. I had an Atari 2600 as a kid, but I don't really remember anything about it other than having it. So my first video games were all Commodore 64 stuff. When people ask what my first video game was, I usually say Ghostbusters. And that's probably correct. Maybe. It was probably Ghostbusters or Donkey Kong on the Commodore 64. I started playing video games when I was younger. I can't remember when I started playing video games. I don't remember my first video game because I was too young to form memories. They've always been around for me. But all my first games would have been Commodore 64 stuff. And we had a 2600 for a while. But I don't actually remember playing it, I just remember having it. And then after we got the NES, like we had all Nintendo stuff after that. So that's what I have the most exposure to. I play a wide variety of things now, but growing up, I was almost never exposed to like Sega or Sony stuff. So I have very, very little experience with any of it. Tony, that Holm, former show wrestler, used that recipe to keep up with calories between training and show wrestling. Right on. Atari 5200. I've never been able to check out. Cleef, welcome in. Good to have you with us again. I hope you've been doing well. I believe if you have a good heavy breakfast, you can plan less for eating the rest of the day and eat like whatever you want. At least it works for me. I mean, if it works for you, by all means. Do what works for you, of course. I kind of do the opposite. I tend to have a very light breakfast, and I have a really heavy dinner. I only eat 2 meals a day, typically. And my first meal, my breakfast is, you know, kind of a snack, more of a snack than a meal. Just being nuts and fruit and milk, but and then I tend to have a pretty gigantic dinner every day, and that's about it. I snack on things during the stream sometimes. But mostly it's just breakfast and a small breakfast and a big dinner for me. Ricotta cheese, Hawkster says. Oh no, I was thinking of cottage cheese. Frownie is a picky eater because a lot of food has spoilers. No spoilers. I still have my VIC-20. I think so for Commodore stuff, we do Commodore stuff on the stream. That's one area where I do emulation. We use a C64 Mini for Commodore games on the stream. I don't actually have. I have the monitor from the C64 that we had when I was a kid. I still have the monitor, but I don't have the actual computer. I think the C64 Mini will play VIC-20 stuff as well, but I don't really know anything about it. But when it comes to PCs and microcomputers, the C64 is all I know. Like the Amiga and DOS and stuff like that. I don't know anything about it. I missed out on all that kind of stuff. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, Hawkster says. That's what they say. That's very disciplined. I can't stop snacking, Vintage says. Well, I mean, I like snacks. It's just through a lot of the day, it's just inconvenient. If I could conveniently have snacks whenever I wanted, I probably would. Oh, Thrifty Anvil, welcome in, Thrifty. I think I failed to welcome you, but I'm very glad you're here, my friend. Go-Go the Ghost was my first game. Have we played that? That sounds familiar to me. I don't know if we've played that on the stream or if I just tested it off stream. But that's one that has been on my mind before. If we haven't played it yet, we will. Light breakfast tends to make me feel low energy. I find it hard to catch up with dinners for the size I'm able to eat. So I feel tired all day. I definitely don't want that. We got another new follow. Thank you for that. And welcome to the stream. I very much appreciate you coming on board with us, my new friend. With the cassette backup recorder on Commodore, so my father says that we had a cassette recorder for the Commodore. I don't remember having one, but he would know better than I would, and he says we had one. I just don't remember it. But I remember the discs, the great big, what are they? The 5-inch floppy discs, 5 1/4, 5 1/2. I don't remember what size they are. They're great big floppy discs that are made of the flimsy plastic. I remember most of our games being on those. We had games some of the games we had were Dino Eggs, Congo Bongo, Jungle Hunt, Summer Games, Face Maker, Pac-Man, Donkey Kong and Ghostbusters, Jumpman Jr., Gyrus, Popeye, Apple Cider Spider. That went so smoothly. That was great. Those are some of the Commodore games that we had. Zelda. My first Zelda game was so I played a little bit. I kind of sampled the earlier Zelda games, Zelda 1 and 2 and Link to the Past. But the first Zelda game that I owned for myself and got to play all the way through was either Ocarina of Time or Link's Awakening. Whichever one came out first. The Link's Awakening on the Game Boy Color. I had both of those. I don't remember which one came out first. Whichever one came first would have been the first one that I had. I always, so Zelda 1 and 2, I had an older cousin that I didn't see very often that had those games. I tried playing his copies of Zelda 1 and 2 when I was real young, but I couldn't figure them out. They were I was too young and not smart enough, and I couldn't figure them out. I didn't really get them. And then I had a different cousin who had a Link to the Past, and I played that game a bit because I played his copy. I don't think I ever finished it as a kid, but I really liked it, and that was a game I always wanted, but I never actually got until like until much, much later. But because of that game, it was because of A Link to the Past. Like I really wanted a Zelda game, but I wasn't able to get one until Ocarina or Link's Awakening. Hey, another new follow. Welcome to the stream, my new friend. Hope you're having a wonderful time, and thank you very much for the follow. You're greatly appreciated. If you binge eat throughout the day with no actual meals, yeah, I've gotta clear this screen real first. I can work if snacks varied, like dried meats and small vegetables, fries and fruits. Metabolism must be going turbo mode, though. Oh no! Hey, that's a strategy for those things. The only DOS games that maybe the only DOS games I've ever played are Duke Nukem 1 and 2. I was never very good at them. But, my dad at his job, in his office, he had a computer, a DOS computer, and he had Duke Nukem 1 and 2. And sometimes, if he had to watch me while he was at work, then I would get to play Duke Nukem on his computer at work. But I think those are the only two DOS games that I ever played. This is the same music from the snow level, the music that I said I liked there. It reminds me of Operation C, the music here. Duke Nukem just sounds cool. Every enemy in this game rewards you with 1 point for killing them. It doesn't matter if they're a basic enemy or if they're a tougher enemy or a mini boss or a boss. It's always 1 point. And if you KO the enemy with the scenery, I learned last time I played, like there are certain places where there's breakable scenery that you can attack the enemies with, but if you do that, you don't get a point. I feel like KOing the enemy with the scenery should be worth more points, not 0. We're so close to a 1-up, but I mean, well, we're 30 enemies away from a 1-up, so maybe we're not really that close. That's nice. You know what? Let's go ahead and pick it up. It might have been smart to hold off, but I think I probably would have got killed. I shouldn't risk running around with low health. I'm not good at fighting these little robots. I mean, you can get them locked up against the edge of the screen. You can wail on them, but getting them into position, as you can see, takes me a little while. Oh, we're getting so close. If we get to the boss, and we're like 3 points away from a 1-up, I'm gonna be so upset. Another new follower. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, my new friend. Thank you very much for that. I hope you're having a great time tonight. 1-up. We got it. Now we just need to be at the boss. Please. When we were working our way toward the 1-up, like, I was happy every time I saw more enemies, because I was thinking, you know, oh yes, we need those points. Now that we've gotten the 1-up, I don't want to see any more enemies. I'm good. I'm gonna lose this life, which is a shame. Yep. Oh, why? Um, thanks. Time for yard work. Had fun. I hope the yard work goes well for you. I've got quite a bit of that to do myself. Thank you for being here. I appreciate the company, Hawkster. Hopefully I'll get to see you again another time. Thank you again for the follow as well. And have a great rest of your weekend. If this guy would just chill out a little bit with the kicks, I would be okay. Well, maybe not. The laser's pretty bad, too. This is it. Last life. I got to defeat 2 bosses with a single life. This is bad. This is infinitely bad. Dead. Oh. That was it, my friends. Oh, what a shame. Hey, Manster, welcome in. Thank you for the GG. So close. I know. That's pretty much ties my PB. That's the second time I've made it to Shredder. Kind of surprised we made it that far. Oh, the loss hurts. The loss hurts quite a bit. I'd like to do another run. I'm worried it's going to mean I have to... I'm worried it'll mean I'm going to have to bump Alundra from the schedule tonight. There's not going to be time for it. But I was really hoping to do 2 runs of this. This game is so long. I can't believe how long this game is. It takes like that playthrough took like 2 hours. I guess I was pausing to chin wag quite a bit. All right, well let's do another run. I got to tell you, if you're here for Alundra, that might not happen tonight. Let me reset my audio real quick. Might just have to hold off on Alundra until next week. Sorry, my windows are kind of out of order here on my laptop. Pretty sure I've only beaten these games using extra lives codes. I mean, that's entirely understandable. It's unreasonably difficult. I'm not very good at beat 'em up type games in general. I don't play a lot of them, so my skill set for this entire genre of games is pretty low as it is. Like I know this is a tough game, but like it's also tough just because I'm not acquainted with the type of game that it is. Might have time for about an hour of Alundra. We'll see. I'm not gonna completely say it's definitely not gonna happen, but it is looking unlikely. I think part of what makes me bad at beat 'em ups is because I'm a platformer guy. The Z-axis, I don't think I take enough advantage of. I'm not used to, like, I don't really think about moving up and down for enemy interactions so much. I suspect I'd probably get better at this game if I got used to and if I made better use of the Z-axis. But I don't know. I don't know if I can change my stripes. Third one is even longer? Oh, I don't want to know. That's bad news. I just want to let future Frownie worry about that. I wanna kind of brag again for a moment. I beat Zombies Ate My Neighbors the other night for the first time. I'm very happy about that. That game is one that's like haunted me for a long time. That was a childhood game of mine, and I finally beat it for the first time. It was kind of a cheesy victory, I will have to admit. But I mean, it wasn't anything I did or anything I did on purpose that led to it, so I'm taking the win. But I'm very happy to have finally finished that one on the Super NES. I've never played the Genesis one, but I grew up with the Super NES one. I believe that they're basically identical. Beaten Manhattan Project with Raph, but only with cheesing it because he's OP. CJ says, sounds like a win to me. So I made it to the final level of Zombies Ate My Neighbors, and I had 2 neighbors left alive for the stage, and one of them was locked behind a boss, and one of them was just out in the regular part of the level, and I was going over to fight the boss, and before I could start fighting the boss, something happened, and the neighbor that was locked up behind the boss died. Somehow a monster got to that one and killed them. So there was no point in fighting the boss. So I went back into the level and I found the other one that was still alive and collected that one, and the exit door appeared and I beat the game. So that's why I said it's kind of cheesy, because I did actually fight the boss on the last stage. But, I mean, the game did that too. The game did that, not me. I don't think I've ever seen a neighbor that's locked behind a door, behind like a boss key door. I don't think I've ever seen one of them get killed. So, like, I didn't even think it was possible. I thought they were protected, or I'd always assumed that. I didn't even see I just know intellectually that there was a neighbor behind the boss. I never actually saw the person, the character. And when they died, I didn't know it was that one that died. I just knew if there's a boss, there has to be a neighbor locked behind the boss, but I couldn't actually see where. But then I heard a character die, and I didn't know it was that one, but I thought it could be. Maybe. So I went to check to verify by checking on the other one that was still somewhere in the level that I'd already seen before, and then that one was still alive. So I was like, oh, I have to get this character now because they're the only one that's left. It was very weird. It was a weird win, and I didn't even know I was on the last level when it happened. So then, like, when I left the level, like, it just went to a black screen that says winner on the top. It was so sudden and unexpected. It was a very weird thing. I had that happen with Binding of Isaac. There was one angel item I needed to get, but it never spawned. On one run, the angel room spawned, but not the wrong item. But the wrong item spawned. But the game glitched and triggered the 100% all items collected achievement, and it counted on Steam. I was like, well, I'll take it. Victory, I'm done. I mean, if the game gives you a win, You take it. The thing about Zombies Ate My Neighbors, though, is like there aren't really bosses in the game. I mean, there are, but they're usually optional. So it's to even like think of the boss of the level as like the boss of the level. It's not really equal to what those are like in other games because they can frequently be skipped over anyway. It's a weird game. I was farming that for 9 hours. My goodness. I do intend to play more Zombies Ate My Neighbors on the stream though, just because I like the game. I do expect we'll play it, you know, at least every October. You have to play that game around Halloween, right? In October or May. So maybe someday I'll get another victory that looks a little bit more legitimate on paper. But if I never do, I'm still okay with that. I'm happy with what we got. And realistically, for my stream, a victory that comes in a weird and bogus way is better anyway. It fits the tone of what I do anyway. It's better anyway. No! If he had only run the other way, I bet he's gonna die in one hit. Alright, well, maybe not. But it doesn't matter, we're gonna make it through! I didn't have to use a continue! This is spectacular! Oh, if I can hold on to this life until we get a 1-up, we're gonna be in a great position. That's the best stage 2 I've ever had. I don't know what happened during that fight, but if, I need to fall into that pattern every time. Bebop is so difficult because he can pull out of his damaged animation into an attack so quickly. Like, I need like 3 more frames of him being damaged to, like, be comfortable in that fight. You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you? Welcome in, Game and Fit. Not yet. There's plenty of time for a terrible fate remaining, but, Currently that terrible fate remains in my future. The way I hold the, like, people talk about the NES controller, and, you know, it's got, like, the sharp corners and whatnot, and generally doesn't really bother me. I like the blocky simplicity of the NES controller a whole lot, and might be, like, I think the Super Nintendo controller is objectively better, but I still think I like the NES controller better. But the way I hold it, so, like, I tend to hold it with my right hand is sort of flat, my finger's flat on the back, and then I got, you know, my thumb up in the front, of course. But my left hand does this, like, claw that I'm doing, where I hold it at the top, and then I've got the bottom edge of it rested against my knuckle on my middle finger, my last joint on my finger. It kind of presses into it the way that I hold it, and so I get a tender spot on my middle finger on the inside when I play NES games for a long time, and you can actually, like, see, like, it's almost like a I don't know, it's like almost like a little burn mark on my finger that I developed. But after playing for several hours, I do start to feel a little tender there. If you're into if you're into guitars, I like to compare the NES and Super NES controller are like they're like a Telecaster versus a Stratocaster. You know, like the NES controller is a Tele. It's blocky and blunt and simplistic. And the Super NES is just like a Strat, right? It's basically a Tele, but it's got a couple extra features, and it's got comfort carves. And so the analogy is kind of perfect. And, you know, like my controller preference when it comes to electric guitars, I'm a Tele guy. Hey, Tip Touches Water, welcome in. Welcome to Turtles. There's our 1-up. Hope you're having a great weekend, my friend. Hey, what up, John? Welcome in. Great to have you here. And a raid. Welcome in, Angelus. Thank you for the raid. How did, hang on, I know what you were playing. How did Resident Evil 3 go for you tonight, my friend? No specifics, please, because, I haven't, that one's still on my to-do list. But, generally speaking, I'd like to hear, I'd of course like to hear how your stream went. Went great. Always good to hear. Always good to hear. I love this game. One Up John says, still have my childhood cart. Right on. I played this game a very small amount as a kid. I never owned this game. I had a friend who had it. And so I'd play with my friends sometimes. We were never very good at it. I don't think we ever beat stage 2. And then I really didn't play it until since my childhood, until I picked it up for the stream. I wouldn't say I love this game. I like it. I want to beat it. I enjoy it, and I want to beat it. But I'm not the biggest beat 'em up guy in the world. So it doesn't go up to love for me. But it is I could see. It is a fine game. And I'm having fun with it. I'm struggling with it, and it makes me a little grumpy when I do bad, but I mean, it's Konami on the NES. How could you go wrong, right? What about beat 'em downs? I need to look into that genre. I might have a lot more luck. Made some progress, Angela says. Right on. Hats off to you on that. I played the arcade game for this a little bit. It was one of the arcade machines that was actually in my hometown. You know, we didn't have a lot. I had very, very little interaction with arcade machines growing up, but Pizza Hut in my hometown had this had the arcade cabinet for this game. Also did terrible at that. I think I could beat the first stage sometimes, but I definitely never beat this stage 2 on the arcade machine, and I don't think I ever beat it on the NES either, even with another player helping me. We're getting close. I made it up to Shredder a couple times. And I'm actually having a pretty decent run right now because I didn't have to use my continue on stage 2 like I normally do. So I'm cautiously optimistic. Can't tell if the Bluefoot soldiers are throwing snow or ice. I think they're throwing snowballs. You wait to tell me that you're armed with deadly weapons and they're having a snowball fight? Who's the bad guy here? Snowballs can be deadly with enough force. probably not wrong. Someday I'll hit this boss. So this boss is usually like super easy, but on our last attempt, this boss really is something he brought his A game and I brought my Z game. He really got me last time, so now I'm scared of him. I never used to be. Is this guy a character from the cartoon, or is he original for the game? I don't remember ever seeing this guy in the cartoon, but I don't have very good memories of it either, so it's entirely possible he's actually from it. He's original for the game, Angela says. I suspected that just because someone told me this level isn't in the arcade version of the game, so I thought, well, probably then they just made a character, they made a new boss. Game has 2 extra levels. I know this one is an extra level. I don't know what the other one... I don't know which other one is unique to the game. Spring is here. That reminds me of something. I can't think of what it is, though. Maybe Ultraman. That little Spring is Here cutscene, it reminds me of Ultraman, Toward the Future. I think, like, I think there are a few levels where when you beat the level, the background scenery changes. Like, it goes from, like, night to day or something like that. I think that happens in that game. I think that's what I'm thinking of it from. It's not like it's super similar, but it's something... There's something about it that just triggers memories of that. I know, that's what I always say, Angelus. The evil turtle's destroying all my beautiful snow. Especially right now, it's summertime. It's disgusting, it's so hot. It was 80 degrees earlier today, I can't take it. That's at least 30 degrees higher than I need it to be. I'm done with summer, let's move on to fall. I couldn't agree more. That 20, is that a speed limit? Or is that lot 20? Maybe it's lot 20, because I'm thinking 20 miles per hour is pretty... It's pretty fast for a parking garage, the inside of a parking garage. You're gonna say it's a low speed limit? Yeah, I mean, if we're out on the street, yeah, that would say, yeah, but inside the parking lot, I think, parking garage, pretty quick. We're moving around in that situation. These stages in the middle of the game kind of bleed together for me. How did I miss? They removed all the Pizza Hut signs in the Cowabunga collection. I heard that. Are the signs still there, but they're blank? Or are the signs gone completely? Or did they replace them with, like a fake pizza or something? Like an imaginary pizza restaurant? We were talking about pizza earlier, naturally, and I was saying that one of the things I like about Pizza Hut, I like their original pan crust pizza, because I think that it reheats in the microwave very well. I normally don't like to, I don't really like cold pizza, so if I have leftover pizza, I always like to reheat it. But I normally don't like to use the microwave because it doesn't come out very well. I tend to reheat pizza in the oven, but for Pizza Hut pizza, something about the texture and the greasiness of it, I feel like it comes out of the microwave really well. Maybe even like the leftover pizza, microwaved Pizza Hut pizza, I might like even better than when it's fresh. And I can't say that about any other type of pizza. Worked at Pizza Hut for 4 years. I won't ruin it for you by telling stories. Welcome in, Disco Bear. I imagine most of our favorite restaurants could be ruined if we heard stories from the employees or former employees. I appreciate you looking out for me, Disco Bear. I actually worked in a Pizza Hut as well. That's something we have in common. My first job, I was a dishwasher in a Pizza Hut when I was in middle school. I don't remember what grade. It was a summer job. It was terrible. It was a miserable experience. Exactly. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, sometimes it really is. Started in the dish pit too. Ended up in the dough prep. I didn't make it that far. I don't think they really wanted me working there. I think it was one of those things where, like, my parents were like friends of the management, or they were friends of the management, and so like I think I was given the job as a favor to my parents. I think that they didn't really feel like they had much use for someone who was as young as I was. So yeah, they just put me in the dish room. And that was really kind of it. Like that was, I mean, that was really it. My only company. My only company back there was I had a little radio I could listen to, and I would go in and I would just spend however many hours just washing dishes, and I would leave. And pretty much no one ever interacted with me because I was all on my own in the back of the building, where no one ever had any reason to go, except to bring in more dishes. They had a huge staff turnover rate where I was. Only time you get a raise was 2 weeks before minimum wage went up. So you never really got a raise. Yuck. Roadkill Rodneys get used in this game more than in the show. On the show, they're in like maybe a couple episodes in the first season, and never heard of them again. I don't know what character that is. I guess it's one of the robots? The robots on wheels? Roadkill Rodneys. I don't remember that name. I don't remember the show in very much detail. I know I used to love it. I had a lot of the toys, and I like to dress up like a Ninja Turtle when I was a kid, but I was pretty young, and I don't remember it very well. It's all very fuzzy. So they're like the cylinder robots that drive around like on one wheel. Had tons of the toys as well. Yeah, I know I had all of the turtles, and I had a Shredder, and I had a Splinter. And I had one that was one of the turtles like in disguise. It was Donatello. I didn't have any of the like later toys where they were like the characters like dressed up as things in like all kinds of like wacky costumes. I had just, aside from the Donatello in disguise, I just had just base model characters. And of course I lost all of their accessories. All their like swords and weapons and stuff, and their belts. All of those became broke and or lost over time. I replaced the belts by wrapping rubber bands around the turtles. At some point. I was disappointed they never incorporated any of the wacky costumes they wore in the action figures on the show. Like, I remember the Universal Monster Turtles. Oh, that would have been fun. I'm thinking it would have been fun, like, that would have been a fun set of action figures. I saw they're making they just made some turtles that look like monster action figures. I saw them for sale at Walmart. They're in the store. They're in the store right now. There's a, I guess it's a new, you know, I mean they're currently new, so I imagine you're talking about a line from like the 80s or whatever. But there's a line of them that's currently for sale. They had 3 of them. They're missing. I was looking at. I don't remember who was what monster or whatever. But I remember Jelly and I were looking at them, and they had 3 of the 4 turtles. I assume they make them all, but they didn't have them all in stock. I liked the Turtles when I was a kid. I liked the Turtles, and then I liked the Ghostbusters. And those probably overlapped. I'm not sure of which order I was into each of them. But I was a big fan of Turtles, I was a big fan of Ghostbusters, and I was a big fan of Batman. Those were like the major cartoons I remember from when I was a kid. That I really loved. Those were like the contemporary cartoons that I liked. So I had a lot of cartoons on like VHS tapes, but that I watched pretty regularly. But they were all things. A lot of them were things from a bygone era. A lot of them were classics, right? Like Popeye and Betty Boop and stuff like that. Looney Tunes. That's not a bad thing. These are things I enjoyed. These are things I loved, but they weren't really like. Some of them weren't really, you know, like. They weren't recent productions at the time. Michelangelo was the Frankenstein monster. The mummy one could glow in the dark. No. I thought that guy was holding me right next to that barrel that had just been ignited. I thought it was going to blow both of us up. There's an awful lot of gray in this game. For all the things this game is going for it, it's not really a visual masterpiece, right? Like, the turtle sprites and animations are kind of weird looking, and there's so much of the levels are just gray or white, like... I guess you kind of need that for, well... for a game like that, like, because a lot of the level has to be floor space, right? Because you can move around up and through so much of the screen. A lot of the screen has to be taken up by floor, which is usually not the most interesting thing to look at, right? So I mean, but still, like in Shredder's Mansion or whatever, like there's a, like, you know, you've got areas of different types of flooring. Like, it's got some visual interest to it. But, like, so much of this level, the parking garage, the streets of Stage 2, inside the Technodrome, they're all gray. And then even, like, the snow level is just all white. Which is almost the same as being all gray. No! They actually did a great job at capturing the arcade version, but yes, there's limitations. No, I'm not, I mean, it's not, I'm not saying it's terrible, but it's not, you know... The limitations do show a bit. It feels good to play. That's what's most important. I hate this boss, yeah. I don't like either version of him. I have a lot of difficulty with, like, half the bosses are, well, a third of the bosses are super easy, and then 2/3 of the bosses are, like, really tough. Victory. Thank you for the GG. Thank you, my turtles. Off to a rough start with the very first enemies pummeling me. This level is created just for this game? This is a good level. Arcade version missed out by not having this one. Snow level's pretty good too. The boss here is disgusting though. I'm really like, I'm always at the mercy of luck for this boss. Yeah, I like this level. The boss I'm not crazy about because he's so tough, but I like the level. Oh no! I think I've discovered the ultimate combat strategy, finally, after all this time. Hit him once, jump over him, hit him again. Why couldn't I figure that out 40 hours ago? For the base model foot soldier, at least, that strategy works really well. No, not with the spikes. Alright, now I know how to fight the tiger, too. You just march directly into it with determination. If you're fearless, there is nothing the tiger can do. I think I missed that last hit. I think I took a hit. I'm not sure. Oh, the scorpions. The scorpions are so tough. I forgot about them. Just get them pinned against the wall. Okay. Let's do that. The scorpion's super easy after all. First time I fought these tigers, I got creamed. Yeah, the tigers are no joke. It took me a long time to figure out how to fight them, even. They've been the source of game overs for me. I think I'm gonna lose this life. I really don't want to, but... No. I'm trapped. I can't pull off my strategy. The screen scrolled a millimeter before another wave of enemies came out. Pizza. Yes. All right, don't be dumb just because you got a pizza. I'm being dumb. All right, this boss is just terribly tough. Casey Jones here. Can't have that much health left, right? Thank goodness. Yeah, when his head stays on his body, he's easy, but thank you for the GG. We're actually doing really well. Thank you, Angelus. Thank you, One Up John. Love the music on this level. Yeah, this is the same music as the snow level. And yeah, it sounds like the music from Operation C on the Game Boy. Especially this section. I really like it. I think it's my favorite music in the game, pretty easily. thank you for the follow, my new friend. I definitely appreciate that. Thank you for coming on board with us. I hope you're enjoying your night or day, depending on which direction your part of the Earth currently faces. Yeah, we gotta find the Technodrome. That always gotta cracks me up too. Now would be a really handy time for a pizza, but I don't exactly expect to find any inside the Technodrome. I don't remember. But I don't think this level has any. We'll be okay. We probably won't, but I'm going to tell myself we will. Oh my goodness, there's a pizza. I cannot believe that. I am stunned. I am shocked and amazed. I'm wasting it by getting attacked relentlessly. I willed it to happen. You would think I was just on the stage, right? Like an hour ago. You would think that I would remember what the stage was like, but... And I've been here a few times, you know, but... No, I don't remember anything. That pizza did me very little good, though. I mean, it did me a lot of good, because I would never have made it through these guys, but... I'm gonna get to the other side of them with basically the same amount of health I would have had anyway. So it's just... It was nice to get it, but it feels bad that it was all immediately wasted. Sometimes the best you can do is just not good enough. You know? Please stop. We're gonna have a lot of tries at this stage, because I think I'm still on my first credit. Miraculously. I hate this guy even more because of the electric beams, yeah. Yeah, this guy, I don't know, they're both so bad. I'm not sure which one I hate more. Those electric beams are a nuisance. It is a nuisance that you have to be, you know, devoting brain space to making sure you try not to run into them. I operate with very limited brain space. If I could just stay in rhythm, we'd be fine, but... I hate getting kicked by this guy so much. I love this boss music, Angela says. It's not my favorite. It's alright. But, it's kinda laid back. Oh my goodness, this fight is impossible. It goes on forever. Alright, we do get to restart here. This is nice. This restarting here is gonna be meaningless because I'm just gonna lose 2 lives to him this time. Angelus, you're not supposed to be speculating about details of the game that I can't know since I haven't beaten it. Come on and follow the rules of the stream, please. Sorry, delete that for me. Thank you. I don't think I have a mod handy for deleting, but it's all right. It'll be all right. But yeah, let's just be careful, please. Hey, Sparrow, thank you. Doing so badly. Hey, Sparrow. Well, hopefully I still have you here for a moment. I don't know if you were lurking earlier, but I said I think I found the joystick for the C64 that we had when I was a kid. When I was hanging out in your stream yesterday morning, I did some image searches for C64 joysticks, and I just scrolled and scrolled and scrolled, and I finally found the one that I think it is. Yeah, I think it's the one. I'm like 80% sure. It doesn't look exactly like my memory, but it's one. It's called the Point Master. And, yeah, it doesn't look exactly the way that I remember it, but my memory might not be perfect, so. If it isn't that joystick, it was one very, very similar. I'm trying not to hit the duplicate once his helmet comes off and I know which one it is, but... It keeps wandering into my foot. This is impossible. Can't say I saw one of those in the wild, but it's awesome no less. Looks a bit tougher than the ones I had growing up. Yeah, that was, I wouldn't have a use for one of those nowadays if I, well, you know what? I wouldn't mind having one of those again. I should look into it, because I could play Atari games with it. That actually might be really nice. Our victory is slipping away, my friends. If the trick is that you have to avoid hitting the duplicate shredder, I will never beat this game. There is no way to deal this much damage to one character while another one that you have to protect is roaming around the screen. There's no way. I do worse at this. I've done worse at this fight every time. I am withering. Yeah, this is over. The Atari stick is ruthless. Yeah, I can't stand the Atari joystick. I don't like joysticks in general, though. You beat Battletoads, I have confidence in you. Well, thank you, Angelus. I think your confidence right now at this moment is appreciated, but ill-founded. I'm not gonna be able to do this tonight. I'm already too demoralized. Oh, my heart is broken. We have another continue? My goodness. Joysticks are really not built for purpose, were they? They either tried to emulate the stick of a jet fighter or the controls at an arcade, and they seem to do a terrible job at both. Uh, I just, like I said, I do worse every time I fight this guy. I don't know what is wrong with me. I just want this to be over. Now we're just wasting time. I'm so tired of this. Oh no, has the stream died? What is it, Sparrow? I wanted to say congrats. No, not at all. This part here is the problem. No, no congratulations for me. Instant kill. Oh, that's why I can't. That's why I can't beat this game. Oh, that is horrible. I'm heartbroken, my friends. I thought we were going to beat this, and then things just got worse and worse. Things took such a turn. We made it all the way to that boss on a single credit, and then I just can't do it. It's just the worst thing ever. I'm very irritated. I'm very irritated by this Shredder fight. That's not a good note to end the stream on, but I think that's where we have to end for tonight, my friends. Both Battletoads and this game took longer than I thought they were going to, and I'm just not going to have time for Alundra tonight. It's a shame, because we haven't played it in a while, and I really need to get back into it. But time has just run away from me, so I'm going to have to tell you goodnight, my friends, and thank you for being here. If you were here for Alundra, that I have to offer you my apologies, because, like I said, I've just kind of run out of time. I was thinking like maybe 2 hours. Well, I was thinking maybe an hour for Battletoads, and then like 2 hours for this, and the rest of the time would be Alundra. But Battletoads took 2 hours, and then this took forever. But we will play both next week. Next week on the stream, we're going to be doing more Tears of the Kingdom. We're going to play this game again, and we'll definitely play some Alundra. We're also going to have a night devoted to Commodore 64 variety, I think. Probably on Monday for the C64. That's when I would look for that. Tears of the Kingdom, probably Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. And then Turtles and Alundra, probably Wednesday and Friday. That's my tentative plan. So hopefully I'll get to see you for some of that. Look for me all next week, around 11 p.m. Central Time. As usual, we'll go from then until question marks. We will, we'll drop in on someone with a raid. Even K Rule's not that harsh. K Rule is easy compared to this nonsense. Thank you for being here with us, Theodoros. Good night to you as well. Good night, Frownie. Take care. I'll see you whenever I see you next. Going to be playing King's Quest 2 on Sunday. Right on, Angelus. Thank you again for the raid. Hope King's Quest goes well for you. I think we'll raid Chozo Brain. Chozo's playing Simpsons Hit and Run on the PlayStation 2. That's a game... I'm curious about that game. I don't know if I'll ever get to play it myself, but I'm not the hugest Simpsons fan in the world. I've seen quite a bit of the earlier seasons though. That's a game that I've always thought was kind of intriguing. Chozo's stream is not a family-friendly stream, my friends. You would likely hear lots of adult language and mature conversation over there. So if that's not appropriate for you or something you're interested in, just a heads up about that. But Chozo does a lot of retro stuff. There's a lot of good energy over there. A lot of high energy on the stream. Might be a little bit more loud and excitable than what's going on over here. Mild heads up about that too. But if you come along, I think that you will. I think you'll enjoy yourselves, my friends. Thank you for being here with us. He's a sweary Aussie, Sparrow says. Thank you for being here with us, my friends. Sorry I kind of deflated here. I'm just Shredder. Oh boy, he got me. He won tonight, but we will come back to this game. I'm not going to give up on it. I am going to despair, and I'm going to cry, and I'm going to suffer, but I'm going to keep trying to beat it. So hopefully we'll get it next week. Be well, my friends. Have a great weekend, and hopefully I'll get to see you again very soon. But we're all out of stream for tonight. It's time to head out. Let's go on an adventure.